Testing 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Nothing.
Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, guests in the gallery. May we all rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Colleen Makubel.
Good morning, councillors. To our guests, shall we remain standing for a moment of prayer and meditation, and we commit this sitting to the hands of the Almighty. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the State of the City Address debate is held on Wednesday, the 7th of June, 2023 at 10 a.m. at the Constance Mbapela Council Chamber in Metro Centre in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Good morning once again to all our councillors, our guests, officials, members of the media that are present with us here today. To the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kwamande, the Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of the Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager, Mr. Brink, Acting Secretary to Council, Mr. Gobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the meeting that was convened yesterday on the State of the City Address. The sitting today, which is the debate on the State of the City Address, is in line with Rule 14 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Before we get into the debate, once again, I would like to welcome all the councillors and to thank you and to thank our guests who were with us yesterday, to thank the residents of the City of Johannesburg, various stakeholders, and those that were with us physically, including those that followed us yesterday on various media platforms. If an event must be successful, there are usually people who must join forces together to make it happen. I'm exceedingly glad and grateful for the diligent work that went into the planning and preparation for the 21st State of the City Address. I'm also extremely proud of the plenary team that consisted of both the officials from the legislature and from the executives and from various departments within the city. I recognize the extra time that was spent to ensure the delivery of what was expected of us as the city. I'm truly grateful because our guests were very impressed by your beautiful and elegant performance and delivery of the State of the City. Myself, the Executive Mayor, political leaders, and all councillors are very grateful, and we are anticipating an even better budget presentation next week. To all the councillors, yesterday we had the Mayor deliver his State of the City Address. He outlined the current conditions of the city and also the city's progress and plans to address our service delivery issues, our social and economic challenges. Today we're here for the debate, what the Filipinos will call contra SOCA or counter SOCA. I'm expecting political parties and political opposition to respond and debate on the SOCA address by the Executive Mayor. I therefore want to appeal to all councillors to debate in a robust manner, yet respectful and orderly. Let us refrain from provoking disruptions from this very important business of the day. Let us all remember the rules of the House, and I'm asking you, please, to play the ball and not the man. You can play your tactics on the ball, but don't tackle the man and create fouls. It will disrupt and descend our sitting into chaos, and I will not allow that. On that note, you have been warned, and I'm asking you I'm asking you again to debate respectfully. Thank you, councillors. I'm looking forward to the refreshing and robust debate, and I wish you well. Godspeed. We can move to the next item. Yeah. I will ask the legal team to check on the quorum before we move to the leave of absence. All right. Okay. We have 192 councillors that have signed the register and that are present in the chambers. We will be updating the register as we go along. If you have not signed the register, kindly go out and sign. There's 192 councillors that have signed. The meeting corrates, and therefore we will continue. Thank you, Secretary.
We move to application for leave of absence.
I would want to note both the leave of absence from yesterday and today. From the EFF, I received from yesterday of Councillor Spetlele and Councillor Musetla and Councillor Nontenja. If there were any from yesterday and today, please, you can alert us and we'll record them accordingly. I saw Chair Rafeti, your hand was up.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Just apologies for MMC Kunene as well as Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby on urgent council business.
Councillor Smith.
Good morning, Chair. We did send a letter to your office last night with our LOAs for yesterday, but they were Councillors Ron, Debbie, Rambini, Papo, Kukumur, Ramaru, Nkomo, Palazzi, and Jews. And today we have Ron, Debbie, Rambini, Papo, Kukumur, Ramaru, Nkomo, Palazzi, Homer, Nimont, Hughes, Reddy, Hoon, and Jews. Thank you.
Thank you. We have also noted that the executive mayor will be coming in late. His apology was submitted. Thank you. Councillor Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, apologies for Councillor Mshongo, and I'm not sure whether you have noted Councillor Nontenja for today. So those are the two apologies.
Noted. Councillor Mohapi.
Greetings, Speaker. Thank you. For EFF caucus, apologies for today. It's Councillor Raserute, private business. Councillor Mqine, it's business caucus, business council. Councillor MMC, Nimakafula, Ill Health, Johannes Musetla, private business, Zunisani Baloi, private business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other leave of absence? Yes, Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Speaker. Just a concern from our side. If the mayor is not going to be here, how is the debate going to continue in order for him to respond? It kind of makes the entire exercise nonsensical. Thank you.
I'm taking leave of absence. Councillor Cotrius.
Morning, Speaker. Action SA, I received confirmation or receipt, a confirmation of receipt for our email that was sent to your office yesterday. Do I still need to do those for my LOAs?
Yes, I received, in fact, there was an envelope with the LOAs. We have that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll read them out. Where is that? You can read them out. Thank you.
For yesterday, Councillor Moore, private business, Coverdale, private business, Mabunda, private business, Councillor Liebenberg, sick, Councillor Nkomo, study leave. Councillor Nsidi, sick. Oh, actually take him out. He did arrive eventually. And then for today, Speaker, Councillor Ngobeni, Larato Ngobeni. She's on private business. Emma More is private business. Councillor Kavade, private business. Mabunda, private business. Nicole Johnson, sick. Tuli Nkomo, sick. Are we good all? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Musa?
No, man.
Thank you, Speaker. The executive mayor is not well, hence he's a bit late, but he's on his way. So I thought I'll just inform Speaker that he's been at the doctor's. He hasn't been well yesterday as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had noted that I will respond to what Councillor Knott has raised, but it's out of order because I'm still dealing with leave of absence. Any other leave of absence? Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Good morning to everybody. Can you please note the apology for Councillor Kwanza? He's one of the few people studying today and yesterday.
Thank you. I think that's all that we have. Can we confirm the leave of absence? Thank you. Thank you. I will, Councillor, is that leave of absence hand?
Good morning, Speaker. No, it's not a leave of absence. I just say, Speaker, today you all look very so beautiful and your mood is okay. So now, thank you very much. So keep it in that way. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. I would like to consult on the comment that was raised by Councillor Knott, and I will revert with an answer. Give me 2 minutes. Councillor Musa? Just arrived, he's in the office. They went to fetch him. Is he coming? Yes, just arrived. Okay, all right. Okay. So we will then break for 5 minutes to allow the executive mayor to arrive. It is his speech that is going to be debated, so he needs to be here to then respond. Thank you. Whip? Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. From the NC, we have apology from Councillor Rufus Maswazi. He's sick. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Let us take our seats and proceed. The executive mayor is here, and we are ready to proceed. Thank you, councillors. We are ready to proceed. Acting Secretary.
We're moving to item 3, which is a debate on the state of the city address by the political parties.
ANC, Councillor Mnisi, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Gwamanda, the leader of ANC caucus, Councillor D. Morero, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, Chairperson and members of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee, fellow councillors, the media, our esteemed guests in the gallery, residents of our city. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Kula and our society broadly, Joburg is a youthful city. Statistics tells us that there is a youth bulge. Therefore, any city strategy and plan should not only thank and recognize the residents who built Joburg to what it is, but should plan for posterity. Posterity requires that any state of the city address should not only focus on problem statements, but should provide solutions to base problems. Mr. Mayor, we welcome the pronouncement in reconstructing and capacitating the Youth Directorate in order to enhance youth development. However, we believe there's more that the city can offer in opportunities to young people. Karl Marx once wrote that, I open quote, philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point is to change it, close quote. That's what young people expect from a mayor's speech. Madam Speaker, we note that the EM gave a speech and forgot to give an account of the 18 wasted months where targets were not met, senior officials were patched, budget was cut in our communities. Unemployment, poverty, and inequality remain the most critical issues that affect our residents. These demands of us to be resolute in our efforts towards socio-economic transformation and inclusive growth. Let us confront our reality upfront and accept that our levels of economic growth have been sluggish, has not translated into jobs. possible decline in investor appetite as a result of a load shedding and other external factors, to name but a few. Fellow councillors, we cannot despair. We have to be resolute, and we are determined in addressing the plight of young people. Public employment schemes such as EPWP and the Community Works Program, CWP, are critical in enabling access to jobs and skills development. As the city, we will focus on skills development, artisan training, and reskilling programs to not only increase employability, but develop entrepreneurial capacity, particularly amongst the youth. Madam Speaker, as the city, we cannot do it alone. Partnering with our government and social partners is part of our critical path. In line with the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act, TIDA, the City of Johannesburg will develop and implement enabling bylaws, take full advantage of the opportunities currently presented by the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act. These include the retail program, which is a refurbishment of spaza shops, the development of distribution centers, the implementation of the last mile program, which is an online service delivery. Continue to be involved in the Alexander Taxi Hub refurbishment, a partnership with the taxi industry. This work can only be fully achieved as a partnership between manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, distributors, funding agencies, and institutions that are actively involved in these programs. Madam Speaker, our special economic zones remain at the forefront of our industrialization and re-industrialization initiatives. Partnering with the Gauteng Provincial Government, a program management office has already been set up to establish the N12 SEZ, covering areas such as Protea, Protea Glen, Lufereng, and the West Rand. Critical infrastructure issues have been identified, and engagements with potential investors are ongoing. As part of the Lanseria Smart City development, which framework was adopted by the council, the city is actively involved in facilitating investment. In the last budget speech by Minister of Finance, Minister Kotongwane, the urban development zone tax incentives was extended. This tax incentive has been pivotal in the redevelopment of Braamfontein, Newtown, the Main Street Precinct, and Maboneng, and this extension gives us the opportunity to extend the coverage of the CBD and urban renewal. The district development model, a flagship presidential program, presents opportunities for horizontal and vertical integration. The model enables us to pool resources and leverage from both state and private sector, sweating our assets in Johannesburg Property Company, the Johannesburg Tourism Company, the Fresh Produce Market, and the Metro Trading Company. On JPC, fellow councillors, there is no doubt that the JPC is an economic lever for economic growth and investment promotion. 150 properties will be released on social and economic leases, including servitudes and sales. 15 real estate, large land parcels will be analyzed for market and best use for leasing opportunities. The rand value of investment to be attracted or business to be facilitated within City of Johannesburg boundaries based on signed contracts is targeted at 2.5 billion in the next 3 years, starting at 1.5 billion in the 2023-2024 financial year end. This will yield 2,000 job opportunities and 1,000 SMMEs supported. In respect of Johannesburg Tourism Company, Madam Speaker, JTC will continue to position Johannesburg as a global business and lifestyle destination through innovation and expansion of product offerings. Destination marketing and ensuring that the leisure rand is spent in Johannesburg. Expanding tourism-related establishments and business, particularly small, medium, and micro enterprises, is an important area of our work. Increasing and introducing new signature events to attract tourism activities, including bidding for key conferences and events, will increase the number of visitors in and out of the city. Collaborations with city safety and other safety programs are critical to making Johannesburg a destination of choice. At the fresh produce market, Madam Speaker, we want to take this opportunity and congratulate the market for achieving 9.4 billion business turnover by the end of May. The market continues to generate stable revenue streams, strong relationship management with agents, and market plays, or rather players, remain top priority to the department. The improvements of systems and the control environment will further strengthen the sustainability and viability of the market. The market is envisaged to be the smart market as a global player in the food security value chain. This thing. It is also JTC. The Metro Trading Company, we want to align ourselves with the call by the Minister of Communication in building a broadband fiber. The Minister has announced that a 6.1 billion will be invested.
You need to align your speech to the debate. Are you debating on the speech of the mayor or giving us a presentation on your portfolio? We're debating on what the mayor has said, but it looks like you are giving us something else.
So, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, please, I'm engaging the MMC. I could be wrong. She will correct me.
Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Yes.
I am not sure if you are Hitler in this house. You can't dictate on how I should write my speech.
No, MMC.
You can't.
MMC, I'm not fighting you, I'm asking you.
Yes, I am also not fighting you.
So I asked you, did you align, because from what we are listening to, it's not aligned to the debate of what the mayor has presented.
It's in line, Madam Speaker.
Is it in line?
Yes.
So don't answer in a crude manner. I asked you nicely, please. Because from where we are sitting, it is not. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, why are you catching feelings when I speak about this issue? Aye. It is a common cause, colleagues, that small, medium, and micro enterprises, including cooperatives, remain the backbone of the economic growth. As the Department of Economic Development, we are committed to the development and support of informal traders with the view of transcending them into thriving small and medium enterprises. The development and implementation of mutual beneficial bylaws is of paramount importance in creating and enabling environment for informal traders' activities in our city. The role of the department is supporting small, medium, and micro enterprises, including the full utilization and capacitation of the city's business hubs. Support at the hubs will be an entire suite of services which include businesses development support, business compliance, information on access to finance, information on access to markets, incubation, and mentorship. These areas of support will enhance the stability of both emerging and growing small, medium, and micro enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as the Department of Economic Development, we remain resolute and well on course to implement the GDS 2040 plan of action so that we remain on course in the transformation agenda of the city and deliver tangible socio-economic progress, restore the city and partners for development. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, councillors. DA, Councillor H.S. Onjoku. Oh, you've submitted a revised list. Thank you. Okay. So we'll have, the DA time is divided into 3. Councillor Bitcow, 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I must thank the speaker before me. There was more detail on the city in her speech than there was in the whole address yesterday. Madam Speaker, yesterday we heard about additional power from Kelvin Power Station. This statement needs to be corrected, as it is an extension of a long-standing agreement. It should not be called additional power, but rather supplementary power. It must further be noted that the envisioned improvement energy mix was initiated by a 2-day indaba organized under the auspices of the DA. The address talks liberally about broad strokes in this regard involving the province. As this was the state of the city address, it would have been prudent to have had a vision shared that detailed how locally service delivery in respect of power and water would be improved. Even something like getting Joburg Water to improve communications in line with city power would have been very helpful. Unfortunately, this just proves that our mayor and his administration is floundering and wading about in the morass created since 1994. Madam Speaker, furthermore, yesterday it was said that over 2,300 rand was made available to each of the families that lost someone in the shack fire, which is to be commended. However, at the same time, our mayor said, and I quote, "Last week Monday, residents woke up to the disturbing news of the death of a toddler whose life-supporting oxygen machine could not support her because of load shedding and technical faults meant the home she lives in was without power for 8 hours. It was actually 5 days. We do not need to be politicking around this tragic event, but we need to collectively own the failings of government to our people. The premature death of the toddler is a stain on our collective conscience and should always serve to remind us of the urgency with which we must find lasting solutions to our energy crisis. This statement, as I view it, is an admission of guilt by association. She was one of many that died because of lack of power. This 3-year-old has a name. It's Nehemiah Eaton. Remember it. Because she will be remembered. Just like Hector Peterson, Stompie Sepe, and Kwesi Kutswayo. So remember the name, Nehemiah Eaton, because she will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santan. Councillor Santan, you have 5 minutes. Santana. Councillor
That's
Santana,
the one.
My apologies. You
It's
have
not
5
Satan,
minutes.
it's not Santa, it's Santana.
They omitted the A on the list. Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in reply to the Executive Mayor's State of the City address yesterday, I'm going to touch on core issues that are plaguing our council. And it actually speaks to at least 5 of the GLUE strategic priorities. One of them being good governance, the other one being financial stability, infrastructure development and refurbishment, sustained economic growth, and a smart city. All of these are words, but I doubt most of our colleagues actually understand the meaning of those words. And the reason why I'm saying that, nowhere in the mayor's speech did he mention the actual state of the city. Nowhere did he mention the problem that we're finding ourselves in. Nowhere did he mention, and I'm going to coin this hashtag the forgotten ratepayers. we by design, or should I say the ANC and its coalition governments by design, do not understand accountability nor consequence management. It's not in their vocabulary. He didn't mention how we're going to deal with accountability or consequence management. Every day the city is floundering left and right and center because of officials that flouter processes, that allow our city to fall into disarray, that allow that there's no fleet on the ground. That's your fault, that's officials. So when we look at all of these issues, the true state of the city is that we're actually in a crisis. And I'd wish that we'd have honesty and integrity within this council to actually put on the table what are our issues so that collectively we can come up with probable and plausible solutions that are reliable. But I guess we're going to find ourselves in 2 scenarios. Either we're going to voluntarily rectify the situation in the city of Johannesburg, or we're going to be forced to do so. And the remedies that we are going to find ourselves in...
There is a hand. Please take your seat. Yes, Councillor Nonkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we are here. This is where we are. He's speaking about
What is the point of order?
The point of order is that in this state of the city address debate, we don't have ANC and the corruption here. So all that I'm saying, can that speaker from DA withdraw what he have said? Because we're here. It has nothing to do with the ANC, because we are debating the speech of a mayor in this council, not the ANC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nonkumbi. Councillor Santana, I'm going to allow you to continue.
Thank you,
refrain from attacking the man. I've asked you.
No, I wasn't attacking the man,
I don't want you
Speaker,
to
you know
attack
that.
parties and the men. Just debate, make your point heard respectfully. Thank you.
100%. I was respectful, and I am speaking to to the SOCA, I mentioned your strategic priorities, and that's where my speech is. So when we go, and I said to you about we're either going to do it voluntary or we're going to be forced to do so. The reason why I'm saying that, we don't want to understand or listen to our ratepayers in this council. We continuously feel or think that it's an endless supply of money. We keep on putting projects out there which are mandated or unfunded. Let's put it this way, they are unfunded, okay? We are portraying in this council that we have an endless supply of funds. We don't. We have a limited resource of money that needs to go throughout the city equally and equitably. So if we're going to say we don't want to deal with it, Executive Mayor, I'm going to give you a quick scenario of your roles and responsibility. It's your role and responsibility as the only shareholder of all our entities in the city of Johannesburg. It's not council, it's you. We have to then start looking at the fiduciary duties of our entities and actually what's transpiring within our entities. Personally, we feel there are many entities in the city of Johannesburg which we do not need. It's unfortunate that to date we have yet to have an institutional review in this council to deal with these issues. MMC just mentioned now you want to carry on with MTC. Might I remind this House that MTC was supposed to be dissolved by a resolution of council. It then came back with an enhanced business model, which today none of us know what that means.
Councillor Santana, there's another hand. Please take a seat. Just switch off your mic. Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Rapadu, you should be addressing.
Yes.
What is your point of order?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm asking the Councillor Santana, the Councillor Santana.
Oh, no. Rapadu.
I withdraw, I'm joking, he knows.
Councillor Rapadu, there's no joke, withdraw it.
No, I know it's from a good place, I'm withdrawing it.
Thank you.
But please, can Councillor Santana not debate MMC's Nisi's speech? If he wants to raise a point, let him be on point about the speech. He can't say that, please. Can you listen to my point? Can you not debate MMC and debate the speech? That's all the point of order. Thank you.
Councillor Santana, you've got 1 minute, 21 seconds.
Thank you. So as I was saying, there are certain resolutions that were passed in this council that we've yet to actually adopt. My plea to the Executive Mayor is please, and I've mentioned many times in council, review all our entities. Those that are non-SOC, let's dissolve them, we don't need them. Let's look at our core businesses. If we have to look at city power, you talked about us incurring debt and putting the city into a crisis. It's not us, it's the entities that are spending unwillingly and there's no stop and or no end to their spending. I want to remind you, in terms of the Companies Act Section 76, of the Director's fiduciary duty and responsibilities. And we're going to hold all the entities to account in terms of those duties in this council. Because if we are trading recklessly, either we're going to voluntarily liquidate or we're going to force liquidation. But I promise you this, we are going to get that the city runs effectively, efficiently, and financially stable. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Echezonjoku.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Provincial Leader of the Democratic Alliance, present here today, Mr. Solim Simanga, fellow councillors and residents of Johannesburg, good morning. Yesterday, we listened to the Executive Mayor subject us and the residents of Johannesburg to a speech that was clearly not written by himself. It showed clearly that the Executive Mayor is completely out of touch with what is happening in the city, Madam Speaker. The city that he leads
To say the mayor was
Councillor
vague.
Action Sonchuku, there's a hand. Kindly sit down. Councillor Nonkumbi, what is the point of order?
Thank you very much, Speaker. One, Councillor Edonzogu, even she's reading, somebody wrote for her.
I know, Councillor,
as you
please
speak.
sit down.
So,
Councillor
wrote for her
Nonkumbi.
as you speak right now.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for protecting me. To say the executive mayor was vague is an understatement. Firstly, the executive mayor is talking about a people's plan. Which people's plan is he talking about? When he did not even apologize to the residents of Johannesburg for his no-show at the IDP sessions, which could have also informed his State of the City address. I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your much publicized letter to the executive mayor and his MMCs regarding their failure to attend IDP sessions, showing a total disregard for our residents, and we agree that it is completely unacceptable. While I'm there, I also would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the apology that you sent to the Mazibuko family. What is also alarming, Executive Mayor, is that the Executive Mayor had an opportunity yesterday to apologize to the residents of Johannesburg during his speech yesterday, and he failed to do so. It is clear that the Executive Mayor has no plan. He has a long list that is a wish list funded by the ratepayers, and he is clearly controlled from behind the scenes. He started off by saying that the GLU started a rebasing exercise. If he was really on top of things, he would have known that the rebasing exercise was started by the DA-led multi-party government to work on a more realistic budget. The executive mayor needs to acknowledge that he has no plan, and it is our residents that will suffer. All the plans currently in motion was initiated under the DA-led multi-party government, and he's offering such nothing new as expected because he's been absorbed by the ANC. Starting with city power, the executive mayor must acknowledge that after 9 months of hard work in 2022, the DA-led multi-party government already finished and finalized interventions called the Alternative Energy Mix Strategy. Unfortunately, the mayor is still talking about outlining what was already announced in January 2023. Madam Speaker, the IPP program, request for proposals, had already closed in March 2023, but alas, we are still in the dark as on appointments unless the GLU has some cadres that they want to benefit from this. Where are you getting your additional capacity from? Let's go to Joburg Water. The executive mayor mentioned Joburg Water. We all know that water is a basic human right. Yet, the mayor and his team of MMCs are failing to even communicate the challenges with regards to Joburg Water and Rand Water, which is a serious challenge to our residents at the moment. Our residents now have to contend with not only power outages, but water outages as well. Mothers and children have to stand in queues to fight for water being delivered by tankers. We see trenches being dug across the city and being left open, posing a serious danger of cars falling into these trenches, despite promises that the backlog of reinstatements is being worked on. Reinstatements are not getting done, Mr. Mayor. Nothing in the mayor's speech is giving us confidence that he knows what is happening in his entities, since you are the shareholder of these entities. Pick it up. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, the city is filthy. Piles of refuse on every corner. Drive through Hillbrow, the Joburg CBD, and go and see for yourself. Walk along Louis Botha, see for yourself. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask, Mr. Mayor, when last did you take a walk not in your fancy car that is meant for the mayor with your protectors. They can walk with you in town. Get out of the car and go and see what the city looks like. The executive mayor mentions apartheid spatial planning and a precinct plan 30 years into democracy, but he fails to mention that the precinct development had been initiated in the DA-led multi-party government, even though it was planned all these years. Mentions only the Joburg CBD as if it's the only CBD in the city. He fails to acknowledge that under the DA-led multi-party government, the Roodepoort Master Plan had been finalized, the Randburg Transport Master Plan had been approved by council, despite the GLU not supporting it. You also failed to acknowledge that under the DA-led multi-party government, the Frankenwald Urban Development Framework was approved, despite the GLU not supporting it. In health and social development, the executive mayor said nothing. Nothing. It is clear that under this GLU, the homeless and the vulnerable and the LGBT community are on their own as we go into winter, where there is a shortage of shelters across the city. No mention of shelters to accommodate families and the LGBT community. Under the DA-led administration, multi-party government, rehab centers were opened in Eldorado Park, Westbury, Dobsonville. The mayor said nothing about extending these to other regions. Madam Speaker, why is the GLU bent on adding advisory committees for youth when the city already has a youth directorate which can be utilized to address issues affecting the youth? Or are there ANC cadres or Al-Jamaa cadres that stand to benefit from these advisory committees? Are they going to be paid? That is not clear. Mr. Mayor, we're not safe. Our children are not safe. Women are not safe in the city. The absence of bylaw enforcement and slow response to land invasion will cost the city dearly and make business to go to other provinces. The CCTV cameras across the city, I have to commend, it will assist with bylaw enforcement. We welcome this, but we will also want to caution that we will be scrutinizing these contracts to ensure that all correct processes were followed with the MOU and that it is not another ploy by the GLU to enrich cadres. Under the DA-led multi-party government, we had fortnightly integrated operations. This happened to assist with compliance. It was not publicity stunts, Mr. Mayor. We did not demolish buildings without following processes. We did bylaw enforcement to ensure that everything goes according to the law. We agree, Mr. Mayor, with you that hijacked buildings are a big problem. But you did not tell the residents how you intend dealing with it. You said you'll deal with it, but you have not told us how you're going to deal with it. And I'm sure all our residents want to know. If you do not know, Mr. Mayor, the city has a unit called GFIS that assists to investigate the issues of hijacked buildings. Under the DA-led administration, between 2016 and 2018, after thorough investigations, these buildings was returned to their rightful owners or repurposed for possible affordable housing. What happened to GFIS? Madam Speaker, the mayor mentioned a financial strain, or have the city of Joburg now become an extension of the Gauteng provincial government? Under human settlements, the multi-government approved the formalization of informal settlements. We hear that the executive mayor is talking about upgrade of informal settlements. Where is the additional funding coming from? Or is it another unfunded mandate? Mr. Mayor, economic development. The executive mayor is talking about creation. Yet, He is not telling us how he will achieve this. It's duty to create an environment for business to thrive so they can create jobs. Grow the economy of the city. Investor confidence in the city of Joburg is at an all-time low. People are leaving to Cape Town in their numbers. Cape Town, a DA-run municipality. Because the GLU cannot get the basics right of politics. While Cape Town and Midvaal has attracted massive investments, the city of Joburg is losing investments. Executive Mayor, what a shame. What a shame. A third of our roads is in a poor condition. You have given us no plan on how you're going to resolve this. No plan to work with the private sector to keep the robots working even during load shedding. You can only get economic growth if the roads are in good condition, we have stable power supply and stable water supply. Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor mentioned nothing about the plan to implement the automated fare system, I'm still on transport, initiated by the multi-party government. No mention of why that was not implemented, which leaves it on a cash-based system that is unsafe and prone to theft, which is a risk to both the passengers and the drivers. In conclusion, Executive Mayor, I have a whole lot more to say, but I'm going to pause here. You have no plan. You are not in touch with the true state of the city. You do not care about the ratepayers who pay massive rates.
Councillor Echezonjuko, there's a hand behind you.
I'd like to call out the councillor to retract that Councillor Njoka has to go back to Nigeria.
Thank you, Councillor Renton.
I expect the Speaker to respond to this.
Thank you, Councillor Renton. Councillors, she addressed me. I heard that comment, I just didn't hear where it came from. But that comment was made. Can we refrain from making that comment? Do you know the councillor that made it? I heard. Okay, so she didn't see the councillor that made it, it seems, but I heard the comment, and I'm asking that that comment do not be made. I'm not going to acknowledge you. I'm dealing with a point of order. Thank you. Councillor Echezonjuko, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you. You know, Madam Speaker, just to say something, if I may. I am not going to address, I wouldn't stress myself about that. As a Khoi born and bred in Tsitsikamma, I'm quite comfortable with whatever the derogatory mark they give us. Thank you very much. We are used to it. It's been done before. In conclusion, Executive Mayor, you have no plan, or you are also not in touch with the true state of the city. You do not care about the ratepayers who pay massive rates, gets completely ignored, and yet immensely assist with the upgrade of underdeveloped areas. We are indeed a city in mourning, and today we cry for our beloved city, who once was on its way to be restored back to a city of golden opportunities, now have become a city of filth, doom, and gloom under the GLU. The Executive Mayor can be assured that the Democratic Alliance...
There's another hand next to you. Kindly take your seat. Councillor San. No, we need you on record. Just try to... Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know why the councillor sitting there is always intimidated. Maybe Councillor Belinda Echezonjoko's earrings are bigger than his.
Point of order.
That's why he's always intimidated.
Point of order. Councillor San. Councillor Echezonjoko, please proceed.
May I proceed, Madam Speaker? I would like to say to our residents, you can be assured, residents of Johannesburg, that the Democratic Alliance will not stand by and allow the executive mayor and his MMCs and the GLU to fool you. We will hold this executive accountable, we will hold this government accountable, and ensure that you, as the residents of Johannesburg, get the services you deserve. I thank you.
Thank you. We're on the same page, I guess. Action essay, Councillor Ngobeni.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Provincial Secretary of Action SA. She's here this morning, Evelyn Mondlana. Fellow councillors, residents of the city of Johannesburg. Through you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, let's start here. Number one, South Africa's unemployment rate is the highest as the country is battling with a number of economic headwinds. Statistics South Africa said recently that the number of people who were not economically active for reasons other than discouragement is sitting at 13.2 million. This comes as the economy likely entered technical recession due to the intensified rolling power cuts by Eskom, implementing stage 6 load shedding, crippling growth and investment prospects. Number two, South Africa's drinking water quality has deteriorated, as has the condition of sampled water treatment works. The Department of Water and Sanitation told us on Tuesday when releasing the Green, Blue, and No Drop Watch reports. The department issued non-compliance notices to 90 municipalities following the release of the 2022 Green Drop report, ordering them to address their water challenges. Executive Mayor number 3, about half of South Africa's students drop out of school before completing secondary education. Among the learners who write the end of high school examination, about a quarter of them fail. Moreover, less than 5% of students who start primary school end up with a university qualification. The South African education system, characterized by crumbling infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and relatively poor educational outcomes, is perpetuating inequality, and as a result, failing many of our children. The poor are the hardest hit in this regard. And I'm saying, don't take my word for it. Read the Amnesty International report that was released recently. Number 4, lawlessness reigns South Africa, as Speaker. Latest statistics show that our country is one of the world's most dangerous countries. It's more dangerous than Iraq, Somalia, and Russia, just to mention a few. Worse still, there's a chance that criminals who are committing this crime will get away with murder. According to SA Police statistics that were released recently, they were crunched by Institute of Security Studies, the ability of the police to be able to catch and resolve them by 55% since 2022.
There is a hand. Kindly take your seat. Yes, Councillor.
Good morning, Speaker and the House. Madam Speaker, I want to follow your cue when MMC Nomoya was speaking, Mnisi. You told her that she must address the speech. Councillor Ngobeni is not speaking the issues that are affecting the city of Joburg. He's dealing with the international politics which are not founded in properly sense. So we are appealing
Thank you,
to Councillor Ngobeni to engage the city of Joburg.
Yeah, thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm not sure which other part doesn't affect. I've mentioned four issues that directly affect the residents of Johannesburg. But in short, Executive Mayor, Kabelo Gwamanda, in short, what I'm saying with those four issues, I'm saying to you, the lot that is sitting behind you, that normally sing struggle songs, failed state. They have destroyed South Africa and therefore the prosperity of our city and the country as a whole. When we say, and this is not a rhetoric, when we say a prosperous South Africa and ANC cannot coexist in one space, this is what we mean. We think that one must die. And that will not be South Africa.
Councillor Ngobeni.
So, Executive Mayor, your State of the City address.
Councillor Ngobeni, please sit down. There's a point of order. Councillor Ngobeni, there are other things that you can use in your political language outside, but we can't call for other parties to die in the House. So, Councillor Nonkumbu, you can proceed if you still have a point of order. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ngobeni. You can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Executive Mayor, your State of the City address was an opportunity for you not only to tell us about the best state of affairs in our city, but was also for you to provide solutions to basic service delivery concerns. If I was to grant you some credit, I will say indeed you do understand the concerns of our residents and challenges that face our city. You did touch on major themes that represent the city's challenges, and I think some of my colleagues who have spoken before me have already highlighted some of those challenges as well. You did touch on the city's finances that remain strained. You did touch on the existing crisis on electricity, on crime. You did speak about water challenges. You spoke about housing backlogs. You spoke about unemployment, particularly the youth unemployment. You spoke about the deteriorating facing the city of Johannesburg. But Your Worship, let's face it, you did not take us into confidence about how you going to, and your government, to tackle these issues. You're lamenting about the bets that you claim that you inherited with your government of GLU, without having a back and forth about that specifically. Let's be clear. When you take office of the Executive Mayor, you inherit both the good and the bad. Agere Kabelo, you inherited a big BMW. So you also. So you also.
Councillors, I can only take one, and there's a lot of hands. Which one was first? Councillor, please proceed first. I will come to you. Councillor, proceed. Can we get the mic work? Yes. Just try it again.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I request the Speaker to call the Mayor by his honorable name, but he's saying Kabelo. No, wait. He's not Kabelo, he's a...
Councillor Ngobeni, you may not refer to the Executive Mayor with his first name, so please, you can withdraw that and address him appropriately. Thank you.
Yes, my apologies, and I do apologize. Your Worship, Kabelo Gwamanda, I agree you inherited a big BMW. The point I'm making is that you're also going to inherit big challenges, and you need to come up with solutions to those big challenges. But you see, it is for that reason that I'm going to endeavor in my speech to offer you solutions, because as Action SA, we are a constructive opposition party. We exist to provide solutions, and we do not heavily guard over our solution-oriented ideas. So we're going to offer you some of these solutions. But I've already said, the first solution is to ensure that you do not seek solutions from people that created the problems that we have in the country. They will not provide you with solutions. Look at us, look and listen to us, we'll provide you some decent solution. But yeah, so let's get to the solutions. And I'm going to focus on a few things because of time constraints. Let's talk about the city financial standing. Next week, we will be considering a new medium-term budget, MMC Dada Morer. That occasion presents the opportunity for government to stabilize the finances of the city. It's an opportunity that you get once in a year, and you need to use it. Do not begin the financial year by planning to fail. What I mean is that you'll need to ensure that the budget prepared, which will be tabled here, and will be approved by this council, is credible, is based on realistic anticipation of revenue and expenditures. In other words, you need to ensure that that budget is funded. Due to the current economic climate caused by the ANC, the increase in the unemployment rate and the fiscal constraints impacts on all spheres of government. To that extent, the national and provincial government are cutting their expenditure in line with available revenue. Subsequently, it is understandable that realistically achieved revenue streams for the municipality like Johannesburg will have to be reduced. However, this understanding of the economic climate and its impact on the individual and businesses in the communities from which revenue is supposed to be generated is sometimes not taken into account or reflected in the municipal budget. Despite the reduced revenue collectible, expenditure budgets of municipalities are not adjusted accordingly, and therefore municipalities inadvertently plan to spend more than they can actually receive in revenue. To be honest with you, Executive Mayor, and the MMC, the main contributing factor to our financial distress faced by our municipalities because we want to spend more than what we can collect. The solution of this problem is simple. We should only spend revenue that we have received or which we are realistically likely to receive, and to use the revenue appropriately that is being appropriated to us by national and provincial departments in a form of conditional grants for their intended purposes. The other solution, Executive Mayor, will need political will. It will need political fortitude. Here I'm referring to issues like hiring of consultants, for example, when we have skilled people that can be able to do that work in our payroll. Revenue losses are incurred daily in local government, and especially in the city of Johannesburg, through losses in the distribution of electricity and water, as well as theft through illegal connections of these services in Johannesburg. You need to forcefully bring back Operation Buyamteto. Apart from the theft from some communities with regards to these services, aging infrastructure has not been properly and timelessly repaired and maintained, which also contributes to the losses that I'm talking about in terms of revenue. Due to lack of skills in the financial and technical departments to budget adequately for such repairs and maintenance, as well as lack of proper planning, budgeting and implementation capacity for capital expansion networks revenue generation envisaged from these internally generated sources of the municipality is not likely to be realized because of bad planning. Poor management of these assets impact on the revenue generating capacity of the municipality. Also, as part of the solution, Executive Mayor, we need to fix the billing issues. We must ensure that residents receive accurate bills and improve the ease of making payments. When queries do arise, we must ensure that we deal with them efficiently. We must streamline revenue collection practices and the processes to ensure that the residents that can afford to pay for services can do so easily and can do so continuously. We must also have zero tolerance towards residents and businesses that are abusing and exploiting municipal services without paying their fair share. Like I said, this part needs political will. It needs us to make sure that we bring Buyamteto so that we can be able to deal with this. We need to reform the procurement practices as well in the city. We must ensure also that our projects are adequately planned and adequately funded. But let me touch also on the issue of inner city regeneration. You spoke about it, Executive Mayor. In 2017, MMC Mnis, the city launched an inner city revitalization plan as a mechanism to make the city-owned properties available to the private sector. You'll know who was the mayor at that time. During the first two phases of that project, 84 properties were made available to council, from council to the private sector to ensure that we get investment. Following the completion of competitive tender process, these properties were awarded to developers starting in 2019. These developments are expected to generate 22 billion in investment. We still don't know what's happening with them, and we want to see that continuing. As part of phase 3 of that project, a further 70 properties were made available by council and ultimately awarded by the end of September 2019. These properties are expected to result in another 10 billion in investment, and it will create 10,000 additional jobs and deliver about 5,000 housing opportunities. The city had also identified 37 abandoned factories across the city as part of the process of making city-owned properties available to the private sector for development. These properties themselves were going to yield nearly 3,000 housing opportunities, and we need to see these plans being dusted off and being made a reality in the city of Johannesburg. This type of undertaking, Executive Mayor, could lead to the creation of thousands of jobs which will respond to the unemployment challenges that we have in the city. This will not require a huge budget from the city, as the cost will be taken in by the investors. This way, Executive Mayor, we are saying to you, you'll be driving economic activity. You'll be creating employment and addressing the housing backlog all in one. We need to begin to see private capital as partners and not enemies, so that we can be able to drive the development of our city. Let me touch on the issue of electricity before I conclude. It's a very important one. On the matter of electricity crisis, as a local government, Executive Mayor, you are very limited on what you could do in a short term to deal with this man-made crisis that was created by the ANC. However, we hold a view that the extension of the power purchase agreement with Kelvin Power Station is a good move, considering that the expected demand as we enter the most electricity demanding period of winter. But by now, Executive Mayor, you should know that the City of Johannesburg unveiled a 400 million plan to mitigate load shedding and reduce rolling blackouts by 3 stages over the short-term medium period. It was announced, Executive Mayor, that time by Mayor Mpopalat, our erstwhile
Councillor Ngobeni, there is a hand. You have 40 seconds left. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just rise to call order on Councillor Ngobeni and request him to withdraw. That ESCOM's crisis is man-made by the ANC, and we've got no proof to that regard, because there's no court ruling that suggests, or there's no scientific proof that suggests that ESCOM crisis, it is man-made by the ANC. Can we withdraw, for peace sake?
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ngobeni, unless you have that scientific proof that he's looking for, can you kindly withdraw the statement? withdraw the statement of attributing the ESCOM problems to the ANC.
Yes, Speaker, I can provide it to your office in the next day or so.
Councillor Ngobe.
But Speaker, the point I want to make about this electricity crisis.
Councillor Ngobe, if you don't have it now, withdraw it. The next time you have it, you can remake the statement.
All right, let me withdraw it and let's move on. We are providing solutions. We don't want to be delayed by them. So we are withdrawing it. But here's a solution, Speaker, that I want to provide. We know the issues that we have with load shedding.
Councillor Ngobeni?
Yes.
There's a hand again.
I think Councillor Ngobeni is just being defined. Is he withdrawing the statement or is he going to provide so that it can be recorded in this thing, so that we understand? Because with the noise in the house, we could not get that. So which one is it? Please, providing or what?
Councillor Ngobeni has withdrawn the statement. When he has the proof with him, he will come back. Thank you. He has withdrawn the statement.
Yeah, so I was saying to the Executive Mayor, Speaker, that unfortunately, he's limited in terms of resolving issues of load shedding. With all the plans that we have with regards to the IPPs and everything, 90% of our electricity we get from ESCOM. So we're going to have these challenges up until we remove ANC in 2024. But I'm saying, with all the pains of load shedding that brings to our lives and the residents of this city, as residents of this city, we are adjusting. We are following the load shedding schedule. But the challenge now becomes what can be called an extended load shedding, Speaker. When load shedding is supposed to end at 4 o'clock, then we are told that a substation has broken down and therefore it will be extended by another 2 hours.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Speaker.
I did tell you 40 seconds before you said. I said you had 40 seconds.
Can I finish?
You can't finish. Your time is up.
I'm just concluding.
You are done. Your time is up.
Can I conclude?
Thank you, Councillor Ngowe. We do acknowledge the presence of the Provincial Secretary of Action SA, Ms. Mondlana. You are welcome. Thank you. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Dilange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Dilange, there's a hand. Councillors Etches and Joku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see you acknowledging every political party by name. I would like you to acknowledge the provincial leader of the DA. Mr. Solim Simanga is also here. Thank you.
Councillor Etches and Joku, if you send me the list of who's here, I do acknowledge. So we'll acknowledge after he is done with his speech. Councillor Dilange, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Start the clock now, please. Executive Mayor, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I believe not to play the man, but to address the problems within the city. I will also stick to the Mayor's speech, point by point, in the 6 minutes that I do have. Madam Speaker, with due respect, the problems in the city of Johannesburg started long ago, even before coalitions saw the light of day. This is unfortunately due to 23 years lack of ongoing maintenance within the city. To rebase a budget through an adjustment means that the city failed to collect on our 90.5% projected rate. What the Mayor unfortunately did not allude to, Madam Speaker, in this financial term, there was 2 administrations in place. Geachte Speaker, dit beteken 6 maande was daar 'n veelpartytjie-koalisie aan die een kant en vir 6 maande lank was daar die GLU. I will repeat that in English. We had a 6 months multi-party government and this month a 6 months GLU regarding these matters. Then, through you, Speaker, I think all my years in council, I've given respect. I think that I am respected as well. To my colleagues, through you, Speaker, to DA, a DA-led multi-party government doesn't exist. That word doesn't exist. I've sat here for many a times to my colleagues. You know, according to the coalition agreement, you are not allowed to say that. You have 71 seats out of 270. We're looking at new coalitions out of respect for you, but please respect us as coalition partners as well.
Councillor De Lange, I will not allow you to address another councillor.
I went through you, Speaker. Listen.
You said you.
I went through you, Speaker. He is struggling to launch and fund our own internal projects and our maintenance rollouts. Be to create jobs, Madam Speaker, through special economic zones, through rebates, through government. We must stimulate the economy so the private sector can find it viable to actually invest within the city. We do not have the capacity to create jobs within the city of Johannesburg. On the housing front, Madam Speaker, also this is not the city's responsibility. We must provide bulk services to private developments and bulk services, like my colleagues at the EFF said, site and service. Then province must come in and they must build houses for the poor. In June 2021, the city had a positive balance of 6 billion rand in hand. But that standing invoices in December 2022, the outstanding invoices were 6 billion rand. Yes, that is true. But the sinking fund increased by 600 million rand. So it's much of the same. Madam Speaker, I live in the Roodepoort area and I drive east to west, sometimes 3 times a day due to my daughter's school responsibility. And very rarely I have to guard our substations against criminal contractors. Madam Speaker, we are all subjected to load shedding. I've been around for a while, but unfortunately, the state of cities Power's network is long overdue on proper maintenance. And unfortunately, outside of load shedding, our residents are left in the dark for extended periods, especially in the Roodepoort area. On service delivery challenges, we must first start maintaining our existing infrastructure to make sure that our taxpayers are willing to keep on paying their bills. If we do not bill, we cannot charge for services rendered. If we want to extend our electricity network, we must make sure that residents are willing to pay for those services. Madam Speaker, there is a difference between a want and a need. Yes, we heard the cries about multi-purpose centers, libraries, swimming pools, and so forth. The question stands, how can we build the new if the existing is crumbling and falling apart? GDS 2040 will become a pipe dream if the city does not get back to the basics and restore what we already have. Water security is not a future problem. It's a current problem due to lack of maintenance and widespread losses. For instance, including infrastructure like the Kite Street Horizon water tower that has been decommissioned 20 years ago. The city is also underbilling by 40% on water due to technical and non-technical losses. Madam Speaker, through you, unfortunately, the executive mayor, through you, Madam Speaker, didn't speak the truth. The Southern Farms housing project was not approved in this council. The report was withdrawn due to concerns of the Freedom Front at our last council meeting. It was referred back to further investigation. I sent all the documentation through to MMC Mnisi. Madam Speaker, on the 2,000 crime wardens, this provides about 14 wardens per ward. How will they be deployed, trained, and what will their function be? Madam Speaker, as far as the inner city upliftment, good.
IFP, Councillor Mabaso. Before he proceeds, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Provincial Chair of the DA, Mr. Msimang. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When the city of Johannesburg sneezes, the whole country catches the flu. Johannesburg must lead and everybody else will follow. People take lessons from us in Johannesburg. These are the words of the late Executive Mayor Jeff Makubo, the founding mayor of the Government of Local Unity. Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, colleagues and council, city manager and colleagues. As I begin my debate with the words of the late Executive Mayor, yesterday the Executive Mayor presented what is meant to be a plan of action for the next financial year and other years to come. I was reminded of these words because Johannesburg leads. Johannesburg is the one to provide directions for the country. The Government of National Unity gave us hope, aspirations. They presented a vision for the country. It is the same hope and vision that carried us to reach a decision to call our government in 2019 local unity. The late Executive Mayor Jeff Makubo used to say in the mayoral committee, and I quote, we are successors in law and in titles, close quote, advising us not to spend time criticizing the previous administration, but to understand the challenges we have inherited and provide solutions. All administration will inherit good and bad things in government, but it does not mean you have to dwell on criticizing without providing solutions. Executive Mayor, you spend a best part of your time blaming the previous administration instead of giving hope by the way of providing workable solutions for our city. We appreciate and acknowledge intergovernmental relations because they are a key to better governance. However, over-reliance on that likely to render you a proxy mayor of an individual. We are a sphere of government that has its constitutional obligation and responsibility. Your plan seems to be over-reliant on the provincial government. Programs must be inclusive, taking cognizance of circumstances on the ground. Programs must respond to the realities on the ground. Therefore, MMCs will have a responsibility now through their department business plan to elaborate further on the plan of actions to clarify some of the issues that were not clearly articulated by your address yesterday. Executive Mayors, the city's plan on economic development must be clearly presented. People are in Johannesburg to advance their lives. They want to participate in the mainstream economy. We need to enable investment and make environment conducive for economic growth for job creations. Any attempt to bring alternative energy supply as a relief to...
Councillor Mabaso, there's a hand.
Manje, why seems Babili?
You are correct. There should be only one person standing. Please take your seat. Councillor Mbengwa, you can only stand when you are acknowledged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, I want you to assist the councillor there to observe the decorum of the House by not bringing the political regalia items. Councillor Mabaso is having the badge of his political party.
No.
Or you can stand, you can see it. So if that is allowed, put it so that we can also bring our own regalias.
Thank you. Councillor Mabaso, do you have the IFP badge? I can't see what the badge says from here, but I can see there's something on your suit.
Speaker, I'm not going to entertain Nganegwane, man. That's I'm not going to do.
But irregalia is not allowed. I don't know what that badge is saying.
But I'm wearing a suit. And the t-shirt is white. The shirt is white. There is no IFP logo here. Why is the IFP logo here?
But it's this thing that, I don't know.
There is no IFP logo here. The badge. This is not an IFP badge.
I will check the badge. I don't know what the badge is.
No, this is not an IFP badge. This is the traditional Prime Minister of the Zulu nation, and I'm Zulu.
Thank you. Then proceed.
Yes.
Councillor Mabaso, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was saying, any attempt to bring alternative energy supply as a relief to the overburdened and badly managed power utility ESCOM, such as solar system, must be introduced with a clear maintenance plan, as we do not want to inevitably create a new problem. We welcome and support Youth Directorate. It is a step to the right direction, but budgets must be allocated to support this directorate. Executive Mayor, some programs that were being implemented have been discontinued, with no reasons provided to the residents. Projects are not for MMCs and councillors. They are meant to develop our communities. And Mayor, uyabona ke leya mali yasemahostela engasingasayiboni siyayifuna ngoba ama project yakhona semile MMC finance siyayifuna back cha ngishi khona yikho sengiyifuna back. As we celebrate the Youth Month of 1976 and draw our aspiration from their struggle, we appreciate that you are young, Executive Mayor, but we will not support you on the basis of age. We want to support you on the basis of capability and competence. We need to demonstrate to the nation that as young people, we are ready to lead, to shape the future, and we need to build confidence in how we lead and give hope to the young people in the city of Johannesburg.
Thank you, Councillor Mabas.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, MMC's Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, City Manager, fellow councillors, I greet you in that matchless name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. This was a speech.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Just pause. Councillors, we are going to have lunch at 1, but if you feel you need a body break, we can break for 10 minutes, so we avoid this up and down. So if you can settle down so that we don't have the constant movement. And Councillor Harris, please speak louder if you can. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, this was a speech littered with missed opportunities. As the first citizen, our mayor missed an opportunity to weld this chamber into a solid unit, unified in the quest to deliver services. The repeated grandstanding and polarization of the MPG and GLU is indicative of the fractured leadership of the city and the reluctance to work together for the progress of the city and the residents. You missed, Mr. Mayor, an opportunity to talk about the systems that make the city work. It was a missed opportunity to bury the ghost of Verwoerd and his baby apartheid. That beast was to have died 30 years ago, and the attempt to resurrect it and remind us of this monster is intellectual laziness, to put it mildly. We have had 30 years to deal with apartheid spatial planning. It is criminal to use these hackneyed phrases as auditory stimulation in an attempt to hide an inability to plan and to deal with the proliferation of informal settlements and the inward migration to the city. The other side of this apartheid ghost is the culture of non-payment for services rendered. As you bask in the glow of the GLU victory, it would have been reassuring to tell the residents the extent of the problem and how you are going to get residents who have been promised a free ride to start contributing to the fiscus. The sense of entitlement is what lies at the heart of COJ's revenue woes. I urge every councillor to read the audited financial statements for 2021-2022. To pick out and then conflate cash with payables is a schoolboy error that must be remedied. You have misled this chamber and told half-truths to the residents of Johannesburg. You compared apples with pears and told us that vegetables are bad. If you look at the, on page 13 of that report, there's an issue about the licenses there. No mention was made that the budget to collect revenue from from fines was around 850 million rand. The actual collected was about 60.9 million rand. That shortfall of 789 million rand was because of the puppet masters that have withheld licenses from the city to collect fines from speeding motorists. It was a missed opportunity to tell slumlords, including Joshco and Human Settlements, that the buildings they own and administer must be given a facelift if you are to work on the aesthetic appeal of the city and to attract tourists to the city. It was a missed opportunity to assure residents that cholera and other manufactured pandemics will not spread to other parts of Johannesburg. It is good to hear that the electricity of woes of Eldorado Park will be dealt with. This was a missed opportunity, though, to tell the residents that their cries for the removal of the stinking Grootkopies landfill site and the informal settlement there will be heard and dealt with. It was a missed opportunity to connect with Ms. Sanira James on the passing of her daughter Nehemiah Eaton, reportedly because of load shedding. Labeling Nehemiah a toddler indicates a cold and callous administration that has no empathy with this grieving family and so many other families suffering from actions that can be traced back to a lack of creativity and poor service delivery. This was a missed opportunity to break the stereotype that residents of the Sophia Town precinct are drug addicts, drunkards, and criminals. Goodness knows, Mr. Mayor, why you had to mention these disadvantaged areas when highlighting the social ills strangling the city. The ACDP trusts that a fair amount of the proposed 2,000 crime wardens will be recruited from these and other ghettos so that the lives of young people can be changed permanently by proper training and planned skills transfer. Finally, Mr. Mayor, this was a missed opportunity to create a sense of civic pride and to build a national consciousness. The dream of us working as a collective to bring back the heartbeat of our world-class city will not be realized as long as you cling to hatred, the desire for vengeance, and a perpetual victim mentality. Where you come from is interesting but useless information. Where we are going determines our growth and prosperity. GDS 2040 is not worth the paper it is written on if you insist on clinging for dear life to 1948. Godly governance is the bedrock of excellence. Without it, the city is going nowhere. This flaccid State of the City address, with its bountiful hot air, is a clear indicator that the city is in trouble. The ACDP acknowledges having sat through this pain. Thank you.
Thank you. I asked earlier if we need a body break. Should I proceed? You proceed. Okay. UIM, Councillor Abdul.
Good afternoon, beloved colleagues, fellow public servants. And this afternoon, I would like to give a special greeting to my colleague, Pastor Brian Marion, from the United Independent Movement, the party that I represent today, as well as the other entity that I proudly represent, and that is the public of Johannesburg, our employers. You are relevant, thank you. Okay, so greetings to my fellow public servants. The people that are most important here are not the people that are sitting in this building. They are not the people who try to be relevant by screaming and shouting, even if they don't have spraakbeurt. It is the people that are sitting out there struggling and suffering because of incompetence of what's happening in here. I don't care who sits in governance or who sits on what seat, as long as the job is done. Okay, so it would have been a fantastic idea, it's just a suggestion, if we could have had civilian or civil groups in this building, and for them to have the opportunity to ask the questions that is not being asked because the people, myself included sometimes, do not ask the relevant questions on behalf of the people. There are civilians that have sent in petitions to this body, and the petitions have a backlog for as far as 2012. How on earth is that possible, sir? Very good speech yesterday. The deliverance thereof.
Councillor Abdul.
There was.
Councillor Abdul, there's a hand. Kindly take a seat. Councillor Sifumba, you can proceed.
Speaker, I rise to really call order on the other side. It's really disheartening to try and to listen to another public rep and they're busy screaming like we're in some shibin somewhere in Gomorrah. It's unacceptable.
Councillor Sifumba, it goes both ways. Councillors, the screaming goes both ways. All the councillors must be called to order to pay attention. Whether it's screaming or getting up and being disruptive when somebody's talking, it's just unacceptable. So, Councillor Abdul, please proceed.
Thank you. I did miss, however, a few words in the speech, and I will never ever attack the speaker of the speech. But I did miss words like consequential management and accountability, of which we should all be responsible for. The misappropriation of public funds, the salaries that are being paid to people that are suspended, which is mind-boggling. We need to clean the house. We cannot continue to waste funds by doing things like that. People are not in the building, they are not working, and yet salaries are being paid. My speech is not going to be long. I would like to ask the executive mayor regarding the security wardens, the 2,000. Thank you. I don't know where the funds is going to come from, but it's going to happen, I suppose. Will it be representative of everyone? Will it be representative of the people, the descendants of the First Nation people, in other words, the Khoi and the San? Will it be representative of the South Africans from Asian descent, or will you be copying what the national government and provincial government is doing, and that is to exclude certain people in this country that also contributes to this country's economy? What we need to understand is we are all South Africans sitting here, and it doesn't matter what your history is, whether it is Chinese, Portuguese, Indian, whatever, Nigerian, Zimbabwean, it does not matter. We are here and we are here to build this country. If people are going to criticize one another from where they come from, we are losing. There are two groups of people in this building. Those who care and those who don't care. You have to decide where you sit. And then lastly, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you will agree with me that one cannot wear the cloak of Deborah while you function under the spirit of Jezebel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PAC, Councillor Nkonko. Yes, Councillor Nonkumbi. Councillor Nkonko. Councillor Nonkumbi has his hand up.
Chair, thanks very much. I think it's very much important that we do respect each other and the areas that we are coming from here. What Councillor Shifumba have said, that a shipping like Gomorrah, it's like it's undermining, even if you know that you go to Sentin, it is your Sentin. You can't undermine people of Gomorrah because we are
Councillor
here
Nkumba.
today. It is very, very
Councillor
wrong.
Nkumba.
Very, very wrong. You should withdraw that.
Councillor Nkumba.
You should withdraw. You should withdraw that. But you can't really.
Councillor Nkumba, I want to help you, but you're already making a ruling, so I don't know what you want me to say. You must address me, then I can make a ruling, because you made a good point, but I don't even know what to say. You've already asked for her to withdraw. I don't know whether she's going to listen to you or not. Councillor Shufumba, he made a good point. I don't want you to speak on it. You're not going to speak on it. No, I don't need clarity. He is correct. Let's refrain from that. It may be an oversight on your part, but please do not use other people's areas where they come from. There are attachments and history where they come from, and we need to respect it. Thank you. Councillor Nkunko, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Executive Mayor Kabel Commander, Whip of the Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors, the residents of City of Johannesburg, Aplakaders who are looming in jails for fighting illegal colonial settler regime, and the PC constituency is Zwelithini. The Pan-Africanist Congress of the People of Azania acknowledges the state of the city address that was presented to the City of Johannesburg Council Chamber on the 6th of June, 2023. Madam Speaker, I would like to use the land reform coming from the adopted 1959 Africanist Manifesto as a point of departure. It discusses the oppressed versus oppressor by saying that it was just over 3 months that the Pan-Africanist Congress has been born. But within that short period of time, PAC has successfully pinpointed the basic assumption in our struggle, namely that, number one, the illiterate and semi-illiterate masses of African people are key, the core and the cornerstone of the struggle for the democracy in this country. Number two, African nationalism is the only liberatory creed that can wield these masses who are members of heterogeneous tribes into a solid, disciplined, united fighting force, provide them with a loyalty higher than that of the tribe, and give formal expression to desire to be a nation.
Councillor Nkoko, there's a hand. We don't want to miss what you are saying. There's a hand. Please, you just take your seat. You still have 4 minutes.
Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much,
Yes,
Madam
Councillor,
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit confused with...
Speak on the, yeah.
I'm a bit confused with Councillor Nkonko's remark. Is he responding to the mayor? Because Councillor Mnisi did exactly the same, and now I see we've got a similar situation. I'm just asking.
But I've already made a ruling on that.
Because he's not, we're confused. We don't know what he's responding to. Can you please stick to the item?
I made a ruling on that. So, Councillor Nkonko, please proceed.
Yes. No, it is not a problem, Madam Speaker, through you. It's not a problem, it's a psychological, colonial mentality. Then you'll be fine, don't worry. Me, I'm not here to debate with anyone here. I'm here to teach. I only debate with my equals, yeah?
Enjoy the teaching. Keep quiet. Enjoy the teaching.
Councillor Nkonko, I honestly don't understand what you're doing now. Are you still making a speech?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay, please, because you've got...
Thank you, Madam
You've
Speaker.
got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yo! Okay, I'll try. I will try. The number 2, African nationalism is the only liberatory creed that can will the masses who are members of heterogeneous tribe into a solid, disciplined, united fighting force, provide them with loyalty higher than that of tribe, and give formal expression to their desire to be a nation. The struggle in South Africa or Tanzania is part of the greater struggle throughout the continent for restoration of the African people of effective control of their land. The goal of our struggle, therefore, is to formation of United States of Africa. Furthermore, in Tanzania, we recognize the existence of national groups which are the result of geographical origin within a certain area, as well as a shared historical experience of these groups. Europeans are a foreign minority group which has exclusive control of political, economic, social, military power. It is this dominant group, it is exploiting group, it is responsible for malicious doctrine of white supremacy which has resulted of the indigenous African people. It is this group which has dispossessed African people of their land and with arrogance, conceit, has set itself up as a guardians, the trustees of the Africans. It is this group which perceives the African people as a child nation composed of boys and girls ranging age of 120 years to a 1 day. And economically, we aim at rapid extension of industrial development in order to alleviate pressure on the land, which is what progress means in terms of modern society.
Councillor Nkonko, please take your seat. I'm going to give that hand. Who is it? Okay, Councillor Van Wyk, I've noted you. Just 1 second. Councillors, please, if you are going to be walking around, do not be talking to other people while the speaker's on the floor. If you really have to move around, just move out quietly. Respect the speaker that's on the floor. It is very disruptive. And Councillor Van Wyk, yes, you had your hand up. Whose mic is on? Can you assist Councillor with the mic, please? Yeah.
Speaker, I don't want to argue, but I want to assist all the colleagues and yourself, because we can't follow what my colleague is saying. Although he's talking about the psychological thing, please let us know, because he's stressing, he's getting red, and we want to not have somebody that gets a heart attack here, Speaker.
You know, councillors, thank you, Councillor Nkonko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Nkonko, just 1 second.
Yes.
Councillors, councillors at the back, I've asked that if you need to move, EFF councillors at the back, can you refrain from those conversations? And thank you. If you need to move quietly, especially when the speaker is on. Your time, Councillor Nkonko, is 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no way I can get red. You see my color? It remains like this. When I'm stressed, it always remains black. So people who get red are people of color, you know. These Europeans, pink. They get red when they're angry, and then, yeah. So maybe it's confused. Yeah. It's confused. As such, we affirm Executive Mayor on adopting the Spatial Development Framework, which is linked to IDP to focus equitably distribution of resources and opportunity across the city, land robbery and political subjugation. Early European settlement of Africa, especially of East Southern Tip, was direct result of rise of European commercial capital. Wave upon wave, European settlers came to Africa, and their penetration of the interior involve the loss of sovereignty by indigenous people and alienation of more and more portion of their lands. With this rise of industrial capital of Europe and increased search for raw material and more markets, and portion of Africa went apace, and the doctrine of effective occupation was initiated. A theory calculated sugarcoat the bitter peel of land robbery and political subjugation. More and more settlers came into the country until today there are more than 5 million Europeans who up to dawn of African liberation had constituted themselves as a ruling class. Overestimated 40 million African people. Africa has been successfully robbed of Africa. Yeah. It is, of course, a noble gesture. Executive Mayor of Johannesburg mentioned that. He is standing tall on the shoulders of giant as a proud symbol of current generation.
Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I've noted you, Councillor Arnold. I will acknowledge you now. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Nkonko. I'm going to have to request that the whip must assist us, please, with the different whips in really maybe having a refresher on how we behave in council. I've kept asking, and the councillor is still talking at the back there when the speaker is on the floor talking. Please. We cannot have such behavior. If you are moving around, do not go and talk to another councillor when there's a speaker on. And if you are coming back from somewhere the speaker's on, wait where you are until the speaker's finished, then you quietly move in. It's really, really disruptive. And it happens on every end. I'm appealing. So we will ask the whip, really through the whippery, have a refresher with your caucuses on how we behave when we're in council. It's important to maintain the decorum. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. I first want to start off by apologizing. But can we have that 10-minute break? There are people that really needs to go out, and maybe it will stop this up and down. I beg you. I thank you.
Shall we have an early lunch rather? Okay. It's now 12:30. I'm going to appeal that we're back here 1:30. An hour? Oh, lunch is not ready. Oh, I apologize. Lunch is not ready. So let's take that 10 minutes and be back here. 20 to 1. 20 to 1, we are back in the house. Thank you. Thank you. settle down and proceed. APC, Councillor Machete from APC, is he in? Okay, just give it 1 minute. Let's allow the councillors to walk in and sit down. Okay. Councillor Machete, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mama Tropo.
Mama Tropo, no. I'm the speaker, Councillor Machete. Ke speaker. Matropo ke mayor.
Mama Tropo. Good afternoon, councillors, Honorable Executive Mayor, Gabelo Commander, APC Constitution.
Your mic
and
is
the fellows.
off, Councillor Machete. I'm going to allow you to start again 6 minutes. Speak into the mic, switch on the mic and speak into the mic.
Oh, the mic is on, man.
Okay, just speak into the mic, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's fine. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, councillors, Honorable Executive Mayor, Gabelo Commander, APC Constitution follows resident of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, allow me to debate on the state of the address delivered in this chamber yesterday. APC welcomed the speech, which is instant to be blueprint guiding the government of local unity in serving the city's residents. Executive Mayor of the city of Johannesburg clear outlined the plans and program that will be followed to be ensured that the city remain place where people want to be, live and work a safely and clean manner. A place which maintain 10 roads, clean water, consistent power supply, good governance. Okay. Okay. Oh, this one. Okay.
Just 1 second. Councillors, you may come in and sit down. Thank you so much.
Can I continue, ma'am?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Stable administration, effective and reliable service delivery. Madam Speaker, APC welcomed the significant stands that are made in overcoming challenge of, okay, no, it's fine. Challenge of fragile state finance that the city facing. The city carefully reviewed the budget, reevaluated expenditure, and ensured that generation more revenue while making sure that every rent used effectively and effectively. To show seriously of this, Executive Mayor confirmed in address that Government of Local Unity Councillor approve a short-term loan, begin and clear unpaid invoice, and restore the city financial stable. Mayor, Kokobela, Dia bjale ka tau ya moshimane. APC welcome 11 strategic priorities that are developed to ensure quality service is delivered to our residents These priorities will allow city-focused infrastructure development and refreshment engagement with our citizens and facilities job creation opportunity. They will ensure that the government of local unity continue to double effect and leverage every available opportunity to propel Johannesburg to its full potential. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Machete. Thank you, Councillor Machete. ATM, MMC Magwenchu.
Greetings to the Speaker of the People, Councillor Colin Makubela. Greetings to the Servant Executive Mayor, Councillor Kwabelo Commander. Greetings to all the servants of the people in the House. Servant Executive Mayor, as the ATM, we welcome your maiden speech of the SOCA. It was proper. You actually served humbling pies to detractors.
Just 1 second. The mayor is not here, and I need a concurrence from the floor whether we proceed or wait for him, because you are talking to the mayor. My advice is that you need to wait for him, but I need to understand from those presenting. Yes, MMC. Please assist us with the mic. Try it again.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, I would suggest that if the lunch is ready, let's rather go for lunch and then we come back.
I'm happy with that suggestion. If we can all agree, it's 1 o'clock. We can proceed to have lunch and be back here. 45 minutes, please. 45 minutes. Let us be back here at 1:45. Thank you. Yes, Emma. MM Chairperson. Try the next one.
Yeah, it's okay. The EM was getting the attention of
I did not acknowledge you, Councillor. I've acknowledged Councillor
Which one?
Arnolds.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
My
you'll
apologies.
come after her. No problem. Thank you, Councillor Arnolds.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Speaker. We are fine with going to lunch. I think what Councillor Ahmed also just wanted to say is, and we're asking this council to be just a bit considerate, the mayor is not well and is getting treatment right now. So he might be in and out, but he will be back after lunch. Please, he's not well.
Thank you. Councillor Ahmed, are you covered? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I need to. Thank you so much. Was it a caucus? I've noted you, Councillor Not. Okay, it was lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Not, your hand was up.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The DA would like to request a 20-minute caucus break. We've been given... We have actually been approached by the opposite side of the House, and we would like to take a caucus break to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 minutes, whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Speaker, I would have wanted maybe to speak before Councillor Not, but I was late. I would kindly request that maybe we can convene quickly with the whips of parties, just maybe for 10 minutes. Something urgent came up. Thank you.
So then can I grant the 20 minutes for the DA caucus and then 10 minutes for your whippery consultation? So that makes half an hour. We are now whippery first. Whichever way, I'm going to grant 30 minutes. So he wants 10 minutes. You'll share your 20 with them. Okay, I'll grant the 20 minutes, then you'll decide how you do the whippery and that. Thank you so much. It is now 14:07, so we'll be back here 2:30. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I'm not sure who I start with. I had the whip. Okay. Whip of council.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for allowing us time to convene the whips. Speaker, we had to convene because of an urgent matter. We discussed with the whips, and based on the situation at hand, we then agreed that we'll have to defer the meeting. Because the mayor needs to be in the house, but is not well, and it then is proper that we do what is right. And I want to thank the whips for showing such a maturity in this case. So, in short, Speaker, we then agree that the meeting should then be deferred to a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give me just a minute to have a discussion with my legal? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor De Lange.
Madam Speaker, just to assist, we all agreed that we cannot defer it to a later date. We don't want an extraordinary meeting for this. We want to defer it to Tuesday morning. Then we finish all the speakers that didn't get the opportunity. The mayor will then respond, and then the MMC of Finance will give the budget speech. That is actually what we agreed upon. Thank you.
We have a different view that I would like to put to the table. Instead of the 13th, we have it on the 14th when we debate the budget. We allow the budget presentation to run as a budget presentation on the 13th. Then on the 14th, before we debate the budget, we finish the SOCA debate. Then we can debate the budget. That is the view of legal. If that is acceptable. Councillor Nott?
Thanks, Speaker. That puts us in a bit of a position because that wasn't what was discussed at Whippery. So I would suggest if that is being considered, then that's a new discussion we need to have as a caucus. Thank you.
I think what we agreed, I'm not going to take more hands now. The whip will deal with it with the whippery. We agree on the adjournment for today, that's fine. When we're going to have the SOCA, I'm going to allow the whip to again have a discussion with whippery. You've heard the view from our end for reasons that we'll also explain to yourselves. For today, we are adjourning the meeting. The reasons are valid. We need the mayor in the house. The only question is when are we going to continue with the SOCA debate and have the mayor respond? And I don't think that is really a train smash at this stage. We'll look into the matter and agree on the date before we can announce it. Yeah. Councillors, I can't have all the hands to discuss this. I'll rather have Whippery convene and have a discussion. Whip of Council?
Speaker, let me just clarify. Maybe I must have a later date. We agreed on Tuesday as the Whippery that we start with the debate on Tuesday. And I think they have gone and convened their caucuses and shared the message with their caucuses. Then it would be proper that we do not deviate from that, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think we heard you. We'll also have a discussion with yourselves. Legal will explain to me what their limitations are, and we will find each other. But for today's meeting, let us adjourn it, and we shall announce, of course, the continuation of this debate. Thank you, councillors. We'll talk about it. Thank you.